Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another live stream. And I've got a number of things in mind for what I'd like to do on this live stream. So it should be interesting. Who knows what's going to be finished by the time I'm done. First thing I'd like to do is fool with some of my reverb design algorithms, which might very well involve jumping into the Godot engine that I use for calculating this stuff out. Hey, Zikjabri. And once I'm finished with that, there is some looping stuff that I could play with, because it did all the work for making the looping thing work on Tuesday, with the following exception. That I've got a redesigned control surface. Like when I say control surface, like this is the one. You actually can't see it very well. Let me scooch over to here. So this is the control surface. This is a modular synthesizer. This is actually my Innovation Summit. I'd like to play with a space ambient thing involving using a nice hardware synth I've got rather than forcing myself to do everything with Surge. And then I could maybe try to get similar sounds in Surge. But for the time being, also, further idea, namely, the thing with, let me fool with my windows a little bit while I'm at it. The thing with what I was doing with my little clackety keyboard for running the synthesizers, turns out that works super nicely on Summit and a number of other things that I've got. And I'm looking forward to fooling with that a little bit and indeed doing a jam, doing some music. I do have to reassign controls on the control surface because the ones that were feeding the AUXes were all very low numbered controls, and one of them interfered with the modulation on the keyboard. And I was able to go into the YaleText configurator and reassign those. So now those live in different MIDI CCs. So I have to change my template in order to make that work. But once I do, I'll be good. And then the modulation wheel on the keyboard will no longer boost specifically the galactic reverb send. So that'll be nice. I'm thinking about trying to do some kind of recording that will end up including drums, so I have a better demonstrator for the plugin that's going to come out. Because the plugin that's going to come out this weekend is Soft Clock, which could also be known as Soft Click, but Soft Clock is the one that's going to be coming out this weekend. I also have more work to do in the actual coding, because I've been nicely asked for something that is a reasonable thing to ask for. Namely, somebody was using Console 9 and 2-Tape 8 and wanted to know why they couldn't have those things in audio unit end-to-end form. They were talking about multi-channel, but that's what they meant, because none of the VSTs will do multi-channel without a great deal more complication than I'm willing to deal with. But lots of the audio units will run in a multi-channel setup. And I'm not completely sure I've even got that stuff labeled, because most of my labeling has to do with how Consolidated labels and categorizes things. I went through everything that I did, and I categorized things in that way. But since the VSTs don't include the multi-channel capability, that's been left out. But it exists. So I feel like I need to put a category on the website having to do with multi-channel. And that seems worth doing. Salutations to you, tweeting in. Honestly, with my I started the morning by watching a great recent Laserpeg video, which was about cultural Marxism. That guy is always worth checking out. He has a clear understanding of how things work and what's going on. Very worth checking out. But it was also somewhat disheartening, so it left me thinking, like, well, if people came and beat my head in because I have autism and dragged me off to a camp, what would I have wanted to do for people while I was able to? And making the multi-channel stuff work qualifies. Somebody wants that thing. It's a reasonable thing, and it'll take a bit of work doing it, but basically I need to release an additional plugin for the, I'll have to release 2tape 8 mono, and I might even get frisky and put out 2tape 7 mono while I can, because there were people who were enjoying that as a thing, even though it's not really the final version. And Console 9 mono. And it'll be some work, but I think it'll be worth it. And that the one person wrote to me an email and asked, and we're very nice and chill about it, but I see no reason why I shouldn't sort of go whole hog and give them a whole bunch of stuff that they didn't expect, because I don't think I have things labeled on airwindows.com. And if I was to release a plugin one week which was, okay, this is not technically a new thing, but it's the mono versions of this one and this one and this one, and also here's a complete list of everything else that is fully multi-channel on Mac AU. I would rather, I feel like I am wasted in a gulag. I am not as good at being a day laborer picking crops as I am at, like this. And I'm going to continue to try to do the stuff that I do the way that I do it. Yeah, and Vingo, the reason I mentioned that is because there's a recent Laserpeg video out, which is, I believe the name of it is Shut Up About Cultural Marxism, which is probably more in line with what you'd want to hear. But first things first, we're looking at this and a number of other things besides. For instance, in my studies, I can show you some of the stuff that I've been doing lately. For instance, this is a small list of things, and it's recordings. As you see, I did it just yesterday. It took a few hours to get through doing all of that, but it's my references for, don't mind me, I'm going to move my windows around a little bit. There we go. It's my references for, say, using 6 signs and or Surge XT to do available versions of these things. And you know what? Do I still have these handy? I do. Here is somebody else's 6 signs patches for various things. They have a marimba and a Rhodes. So if I should be able to do this, bear with me. Let me see whether I can make this happen. Here's 6 signs. I'm of two minds as far as doing my whole thing with doing an entire mix and then sending the output through SWB output audio capture to the stream, because I feel like when I listened back to the video, although it was kind of nice having it try to do stereo things and so on, I didn't think it necessarily sounded good. I was disappointed in how the stream audio sounded and feel like I might actually be able to make it sound better by simply using the microphone I'm talking through. And that would make everything sound a lot more crunchy, but it might be the best way to go. So in any case, here is 6 Signs playing a thing. But here is, oh, no, wait, that is one of my patches. See, I also make patches for Summit. So those are 2 patches for Summit. That's not at all what I had in mind. But this, on the other hand, is what those sound like. So you can hear me going back and forth between the 2 things. And you can hear that we have a different tone out of the Summit than we do out of the soft synth, although they're playing back through the same converter and through the same speakers. So I'm not successfully, there are some things about the Summit tone that it's got a little extra going on. But all the same, the Summit is using what they're calling Oxford oscillators. That is a thing that I've done with some of my modular synthesizer stuff. Like that there is a Music Thing modular, not modulator, chord organ that's been made to play back things at an extremely high sample rate. Well, the Novation, Peak, and Summit do the same thing. So where this is a poly aftertouch in 6 Signs designed to do the same job as the Summit, and it's got a nice quality of its own, the Summit's a much bigger synthesizer. And I'm just getting a warmer tone out of it. It's an analog device that's being recorded into a good converter, and the oscillators there are extremely high frequency oscillators. I don't know how much of it is actually analog circuitry. It acts like a bunch of it kind of is. What you're hearing here is the modulation wheel doing a, what do they call it? It's affecting a ring modulator. So I've got this funny crunchy thing going on, which actually existed in a CS80, and that's why my stuff is being called Pressure CS80 Patch. It's not that it's really a CS80, but one of the things it does is a similar form of processing. But I've also got other things as well. For instance, this is me going back and forth between a Roland Alpha Juno. So my 6 Signs, while it is doing a nice tone, in fact, maybe it's even a little closer than last time. The Alpha Juno has its own thing going on, which we're hearing now. So what I've got, thanks to my work of yesterday, is reference sounds. For instance, here's the Proteus. Well, here's first of all Kurzweil micro piano. Not that I have a piano patch for either Surge or 6 Signs, but And I took pains to take the reverb off of it too. You can even kind of hear background noise and crunchiness out of it, because again, that's an unusual digital design. It's a little bit weird. It's not the most normal thing that you could have. And then there's a Proteus 1, and I have a Proteus 1. It very much has its own thing going on compared to the Kurzweil. And we still have a little more physicality than we're getting out of 6 Signs. So figuring out why it does things like that becomes interesting. Here's a Proteus vibraphone. This would be 6 Signs material, because this is a FM type of thing to do. Proteus had a nice B3. Lovely sound on that. You probably heard it on movies and things, because a lot of these Proteus sounds are very heard in their day. It's all over television and movies. So this would be largely about making that percussive attack through perhaps a different modulator, and figuring out how to, because some of that would be about using, say, ConsoleX, sitting it in an actual mix and making the slight adjustments to make it come out the right way. We've got various, here's one of their first ones, which is early preset, Hall strings. The neat thing about this, doesn't really sound much like strings, but you could chase this using a keyboard. Make it balance about the same and react about the same. But here's an interesting pursuit. Here's somebody who made 6 Signs act like a Rhodes. Again, I'm on my left-handed playing here because I haven't moved this into position for actually playing. I feel like the sustain on this is way longer than it should be, but I don't know why. Perhaps it's just gone horribly wrong somehow. I don't know. In this case, it's not oversampled very much. Yeah, what's with this sustain? This is crazy. Let's go here. See whether my... Oh, I see. Envelope is completely cranked up. Okay, where is our envelope that's not completely cranked up? Is this it? Here's main level. I don't know. This was on the Surge Discord. Somebody posted this. And before you get too excited, note that we have a electric piano from the Proteus. So I don't know whether there's something went horribly wrong with the preset I loaded, or whether that was how it was supposed to be heard. I feel like that can't have been correct, but all the same. See, you can hear how the Proteus version of this that we're playing back while also having the and we can keep playing with it, like less decay, more level. And we're still not very close to what the Proteus is doing. But wait, I have a real one. So that's how far away the Proteus was. So I've only made these recordings yesterday and today, but this is kind of what I need to do to start digging into some of these things like Surge XT and 6 Signs. Because again, like, here's 6 Signs with a fellow who made this, and it went over pretty well with everybody in the 6 Signs world. I can't help but feel like this can't be right. Okay, don't know what that did, but doesn't seem to be doing the thing. And what's this? Yeah, like so some of that stuff. Envelopes here aren't doing anything, so we'll turn them back. But the whole problem is this is an organ. That's not what a tine does at all. So either that was an oversight or it's been broken as I loaded it somehow. So here we've got op 6 level. Main is providing our sustain or something. But here's where we find the sustain in the release. We can replace sustain with decay. And then crank it way up again. Because this is, as you see, this is the output. Everything else is all the way down. We're only listening to operator 6, which is just getting modulated by everything. If we take away operator 1, we can switch these in and out as we go. It's clearly doing something. Operator 6 feedback has a small amount in here. Not sure what operator 1 is doing, other than since it seems to be a very low ratio. Here, let me scooch this over so that you can see more of it. Scooch this away so that I can hide it behind my face. And then if we added this, I think that's causing, well, I don't know what the hell it's doing. I feel like it's doing some kind of speed or modulation thing. Possibly a stereo effect of some kind. Also, notice decay is extremely slow. If we had sustain all the way up, so that's a weird effect. That's being done to muddy up the initial attack. That's what that's being done for. So this is becoming a search out the secrets of this patch, which suits me. That seems fine. And it is a fixed note, which is why we don't have sustain on. Instead, decay is actually very short. So there's just a little bit of a thump right at the very beginning. So we have that on tap. And op 6 is our initial note, which is mostly, let's see, what even is op 6 ratio? LFO is a sine. Op 6 small feedback level. I'm pretty sure that this is, I'm trying to, well, no, the whole thing is based on sine, so I don't think this is a special waveform at all. Doesn't sound like anything other than a sine. And of course we have this in here, and that is 0.53. If we had more feedback on it, so we've got just this delicate hint of more energy, but there's mighty small amounts of it. Then when we add these other ones in, like here's op 3, and we can listen to those individually. There we are. It's a sort of undertone. Well, I'm in a way what I'm doing to start the stream off is I'm helping you understand what's happening in 6 signs. I didn't plan it, but I've got many things going today. Hopefully I'll finish all of them before I'm done with the day. So this is us listening to this directly, but you're not supposed to. Instead, it is supplying modulation to op 6, which we're listening to. And it's probably being it's adding a little density to the initial sounds. Because it's a low frequency tone. I turn it on and listen to it directly. But then when we're not listening to it directly, it is subtracting from up through, well, actually no, that's a small amount of adding, isn't it? These are not bidirectional ones. This one kind of is, but this is a mono-directional one. They all have different settings for what FM is doing it. This is a linear FM, this one's an exponential, and this one's a ring modulation. So whoever this was, I guess Vosby, got experimental. So it's adding some low frequency chunk to it. This one is different. Here we have the tines. So if it's only modulating, switch it over to here. This is one where the release is all the way up, but the decay, it's falling off, but it's not like, if we compare again to the Proteus, go back to this. So there's that chimey note, sure enough, but we can turn it off. So there's that one of those chimey notes in there. But it doesn't sustain like that and erodes either real or fake. So this is either misset or it's not translated to my copy of 6 Signs properly. And in fact, as we have it fade off, decay shape A, let's see. We can make it a little more exponential. Remembering we also have the low frequency one in there. So this is causing a sort of gnarly quality. And if I remember correctly, going over to up 3, let's see. The chiminess of this one we'll have it at an appropriate volume, but then the decay shape becomes very important, because with this we are switching around between a linear decay shape, an exaggeratedly loud one, and one that falls away more exponentially. Also, this, I wonder whether our pitch, no, it's exactly 6 times. That's probably what we want. These do appear to be pretty accurate. This is probably going to be also something interesting. We've got an undertone in here. So let's quickly see what this does. That one has an attack, a decay, and effectively no release. If we turn it up directly rather than having it just modulate, this guy is providing pretty much full sustain, so it's basically just only happening to the bass sound. And I agree that it's a useful thing to have in there, yeah. So I have a further question about this one. This is op6 feedback level. Could this be also part of the attack? Because if we turn it up, and see, we still could use an envelope with this. So we can simply, because remember the Proteus, if we can't get the chiminess of the fake Proteus, we probably can't get the real one. This is essentially like an FM version, which is what 6 Signs is, so we should be able to get this. We've also got some stuff in here. This is clearly important. Velocity. The thing with that though, see, velocity goes to feedback level, which is this one here. And that's what's giving us the slight chiminess. So we just make the envelope more exponentially. Here's the thump. Here is additional chiminess, and here's that sort of undertone. We've wandered quite a bit of ways from how it started, not necessarily in a good way, but I feel like it's probably possible to rein it in again. Oh, hi, that was unexpected. What do we got going on here? Look at you. I see what that's doing now. Interesting. So check it out. If I turn this one on, op4 to op6 depth exponential FM. Our chiminess comes in, but we can also modulate the whole thing completely. This is the same one that does. So if we have just a hint of that, also I do wonder, we are using op4. This is op4. That means we could also make it feedback or do other things with it. What does it sound like? That makes it sound very keyboard-like. It starts sounding like the B3. But we're not listening to it directly. We're using it to modulate with. Come to think of it, what were we doing with this again? I think that's just our thump. I think that's what that is. And I'm just trying to figure out where it fits. Because we're not actually introducing it to op6, are we? And again, here's a Proteus 1. It becomes all about making the different bits of sound come together, figuring out what the decays of things are supposed to be and so on. I think in some ways I don't have the right overtone there. Like if I was to take the one that's being the loud overtone, do I even have the correct one? This is the only one that's up in pitch. I suppose it could be 6. It was 6 when I tried it. What do you have to do? Wait, shift or control or something? I'm sure there was a way to make it. Ah, okay. So 6 is close, and 7 is too high. Let's find a lower. So, boom, E. It was more like that. But first of all, we don't listen to it directly, and second of all, this guy has a decay. So it can be loud, sure, but also maybe we can't get what we want simply by only, also as long as we are listening to it. That sounds like about the right amount of feedback, so we've got that dialed in. It wasn't quite what the original person had it. Probably a pretty well calculated, oh dear. Please let me type the thing. There we go. Very good. So having it playing directly may or may not be what we want. Ah, starting to sound roadsy. However, it is not its feedback level we want, although I see no reason not to also have this be a decay. Like that should work, right? Except for I'm not hearing it do anything. What's up with not being able to modulate what the feedback level is doing, I wonder? Well, envelope and scale, and that should make it possible to do something with. That's not correct. I wonder if exponential FM is really what I want here. I can get more mojo out of it with the linear, but with the exponential, it does this pitch drop thing, which is kind of interesting. There we go. Mind you, feedback, I have velocity way too high in that. Okay, don't want that. Back to here. Now it responds. So how much sustain do we want on that overtone? That's too much. That's too little. And our first target of the Proteus we are getting some mojo out of there. Making it a little more spiky there. Now we start to get into a marimba kind of thing, which is probably because our decay shape, please show me the thing again. Op4 to Op6 decay shape is too steep. Negative 100 is like this full-on exponential thing. And then just for fun, let's go back to the exponential one that the original author had. And as we use that, we get this pitch swoop thing, which is probably desirable in small amounts. So that's the useful chiminess. We're just not using it in an effective way. So level can live there, but we could have everything moderated by making sure that it doesn't sustain like that, and then we can do things with decay again. The low frequency thumpiness feels maybe it's a little excessive, which that might be. Wait, it's going to be low stuff that some of this does its thing. That's a wavering of position, so that's probably fine as it is. Low frequency thump, I believe, is this fellow. And again, we turn it on. That's pretty much just an undertone. So fine, fine. I feel certain one of these was just a low frequency thump at a fixed frequency, but I don't remember. Oh, I bet it's this, right? Check this out. If I turn up sustain, all of a sudden, we've got weirdness happening. And velocity is amplitude, so that's overriding the mixer. So I can't control the level here, I have to control the level in here. Weird that it does this. Feedback level shouldn't be doing anything here, but it is. It's at a weird... Oh, OP1 wave is doing something. Wave is sawish. There's the trick. What are these other waves? There's a sine. There's a sine. Okay, this is not a sine, it's hen. Interesting. We'll jump back to this. So whoever it is, they decided that the undertone sneaking in there needed to be a non-sine wave with a little bit, but not too much overtone. We set it to this, and velocity and amplitude. And then decay and sustain. And it's just making that initial thump, which is not a tuned to the tine kind of tonal thing. It's just something to make it a little more complicated. Yeah, I mean, hand it to Vosby, because this has a lot going on. Again, here's a Proteus. There is a lot in an electric piano sound. And here we're going to save this. Two patches, and load up the original. Actually, can I open that there? Oh, I know what I can do. See, it's in Documents. So I can just stick these here, and there they are. There is a way to change just about everything. This is me continuing to fool with Vospi's roads. Using firstly the Proteus as an example of how to make a more aggressively fake FM roads, because the Proteus is based off of, like, clearly this is not a real electric piano. This is based off of like a DX7. It's like the DX7 version. And Vospi's initial attempt, a lot of it is in the zone. Like there's a little thump on attack and stuff like that. But then I'm able to get closer by mimicking some of the things in the real version. Including the slight bark to it. But then, of course, our real target I have a real one. So the Proteus is not actually even in the ballpark for real roads. But some of the stuff that it does is the same as what Vospi's doing. So the question is, can we dial in some of those things? For instance, what do we got here? We got a ring modulation. And envelope attenuation is being modulated by velocity. So Vospi's up to all kinds of neat stuff here. Excuse me. We are at 1/2 ratio. And ring modulating the original. So when we shut off the raw sound, it sounds like this. And we're getting an interesting little overtone there. We're also doing something funny with the attack on this. This is ring modulating, but the attack is slower than I would expect, and there must be a reason. Also, velocity and envelope attenuation. That's an interesting twist there. Or is that not attenuation? Is it just attack? No, it's attenuation. So if we make more of it happen, it kind of swells in, but it didn't start that way. If it was fast, and then if it so this is kind of the thump to the sound. Because if it's real fast, but if it's real slow, so what if we didn't have that scaling as much? Yeah, that's adding beefiness when you hit harder. Without that, it's happening even at quiet sounds. And then we dial the whole thing back by the way it's applied. And I think maybe having this in up for mixer has stopped being as useful. So there's our chimey. Its decay could probably fall back faster. Also, one thought, attack is an interesting question. Rhodes have soft, unless it's got some kind of funky thing added to it, Rhodes have soft hammers. So we can have that chiminess bloom a little bit, but not hit so aggressively. Because remember, Proteus, very fake, but very chimey. Real thing, we don't have that quality of chiminess in there anymore. Although we can still hear the ring of the tines. It's just this is the real one, so it's not as confined. This is also hard to emulate. Like, you heard how badly the Proteus did it. I don't use this as much as I should. I should be bringing it into things more. And so here's what we have if that particular chimey resonator doesn't kick in. Op 5 is this sort of bloom. And then when we go back to the chimey, although we could get a little funky here. See, we've got op 4 sitting here doing this. What do we get if we add it to chimey? We don't have it here. Right now we've got it not here because attack is slowed down completely for the op 6. But if we had it feeding op 5, what happens? Because again, we don't have it on this. Interesting. So that's phase modulation. Ring modulation. And exponential. So that's definitely something we can do here. We're just adding a lot to this, and again, we don't have this stuff going on, so we probably having the decay so that everything just cools off as we go. And now we're using this not only to modulate directly, but we're also modulating this sort of densifying one that we have in op 5, which is providing an undertone, which is providing a lower note. Also, we have not tried messing with its ratio. So before we do anything with this, there's this slight beefiness to it. Oh, we have it at -3. The undertone there is what this is doing. So if it was 3 down, listen to the changes. So the thing I'm wondering is if I don't have it at a perfect ratio, what happens? Okay, that far it's already out. I like it better in the direction of slightly less. Oh, good for you, Ghost of Games. Use it in good health. Then when we bring this back in, phase, interesting, although not necessarily correct. Ah, see the difference? There's this funny buzzy quality here. Then we go to ring, and it starts sounding more like it's part of a tine. Linear. We stop being able to hear it as much, and exponential. Also, is this giving us additional choices? Yes. We can ring modulate by other stuff too. Interesting. I have my recording of my road, so I'm good. RM by absolute signal. That sounds kind of like I'm striking a metallic thing, but far too much, so we'll dial it back. Also, making it decay might help too. And maybe attack speed will also have a place. And that's the kind of thing where I really am going to want to bring in velocity. What have we got available? Perhaps just the full intensity of it. Level of what this is. So that's the original source here. So we'll pull that down to 0 and then add only as much as we need. Maybe I don't want as sharp of an exponential decay for this. Again, a real thing. So everything about this is way more immediate than what I'm doing in 6 Signs, but it's providing some guidance. It's also really strong tone color too. Hang on, so up 5 is our lower deep tone, but it's also carrying this chime quality. Velocity is doing level. I can also have velocity do something else. For instance, maybe it can enhance the decay of this. So envelope decay is what it's going to be, I guess. Four to 5 op mod depth 1. Well, I'm not sure if that's what I'm doing. Oh, it's the envelope decay. Well, no, that should be doing it. Trigger mode, patch default. Okay, fine. Okay, now I'm hearing it, but only because modulation velocity level, so it's not following this envelope anymore. See? Looking to have it follow this, but it doesn't want to. It's just doing it directly. So that's not as much as I'd wanted. Let's see what else we can do. Ah, there we go. Okay. So rather than applying it, let's just apply it here. No target. And this adds what was here. So if we have this all the way to 0, we can just so what we're doing in the background there is making those chimey a little bit more as they feed into operator 5, which is applying a sort of undertone to the bass sign. And again, we've got that set with the ring modulator to absolute signal, which might be not correct. See, we got a chime there. Each of these options is going to act a little different. I like this one. That's not what I had before, but I like it better. I'm letting it kind of bloom up out of the basic tone, but I probably should be careful to not add too much of it. All this is being done with the envelopes, but none of the envelopes are actually using LFOs. It's just all manner of different stuff happening tonally to the sound. If we didn't have it, and then again, if we didn't have it and we're modulating how much of this we added, then back to this. We could maybe also modulate the attack, because I'm using the envelope attack on this overtone to slow how fast it feels like you're hitting a tine, so it sort of rings out a little bit after it's made to ring really violently. But maybe it's worth also modulating the speed of the attack. So what would that be? See, this is synthesizer programming is so often like this. You're finding little bits of sounds and identifying what they do and going, okay, so now if I hit the key harder, would that be more or less? What kind of envelope warping do I need to do to make it do what I want? And the whole purpose is to get something that has the responsiveness of something that's a real object. Because this is doing a very fine job of being a Fender Rhodes. In fact, I need to run it into a pointy guitar too, because that'll be great fun. Certain Rhodes sounds are better accomplished through going into an amp. That'll make it really bark. But until that point, we're figuring out how much time to add to this. And what happens to the attack Interestingly, the envelope deforms are not available for this, so we're not going to use them. So you might be able to hear the chiminess swell up. There we go. Idea is okay, if we have it like that, we never hear the attack at all. Maybe if this goes back to neutral. So we're making it so if I hit the keys harder, that chiminess jumps out more, but then if I hit the keys quietly, it is slowed. And velocity is being translated to this, which should be attack of the envelope. In hopes that if I hit the keys harder, that little zwing of the additional overtone jumps out more directly, but then if I hit it slowly, it kind of rings out as if the vibration of the tine is bringing it out. And all of that is only a sideshow, because what's really happening, not with op4 feedback level, but with op4 as it's being added, we've taken that whole chime out for the purposes of listening to it, only modifying op5. Because we've used this attack here, some of the similar things should apply actually, but if we take attack and drop it to this, and yeah. Again, to go back to our Proteus, this is our really primitive version of this kind of thing. I guess today is going to be making patches in 6 signs, isn't it? And in the railroads acts real different. But we can kind of identify some of the types of sounds associated with this. So we can probably do with maybe even a little more of the addition of this. Again, that's what it is in raw form, but we're adding it as a modulator. But if we add too much, it makes the pitch go funny, because we have these options. If we're ring modulating, we just hear the note and it's not changing the tone of anything. Linear, we can add as much as we want, but in exponential, we're starting to modulate the note. So here's an interesting question. Seeing as we've got all of this going on, we can make it modulate the note very aggressively, but does the actual piano sound anything like that? I feel like that doesn't sound like the pitch is going mew, mew all the time. I feel like that more or less sits straight with what it was supposed to be doing. So, not actually correct. We could try linear. And maybe this particular edition can follow some of the same rules as the other one. See, if we do envelope to level, we're modulating what's already there. And we can, in fact, add velocity to that. Okay, so we're adding 2 levels, so then we will be applying, I don't know, we'll call it envelope of 10. If we do this, it's real clanky with quiet sounds. That's the opposite of what it's supposed to do. So we'll try the other extreme. And then we'll also add the velocity to how fast it does these things. Here's decay. Undertone is basically trying to mimic a curious quality of the way the tine resonates and the pickup picks it up, because the pickup is like directly in the middle of the swing of the tine, and the tine's going back and forth across it. It's a funny sort of little hoof-shaped thing there, and the tine's vibrating like that. Also means like if it's off-center, it does interesting things. There's a lot of interesting stuff in how a Rhodes makes its sounds. Phase modulation is terrifying and not what I want. And then let's also throw in a little bit of attack modulation. And we've again got the attack shape changed radically. So if we slow it way down, we get this quickly onset and then gradually rounding off. And the purpose of this is to get that the fact that it is a soft object hitting the tine. The tine rings out, yes, but it doesn't ring out instantly upon hitting it unless you've got like the Proteus version, which is acting like attack piano. So that might very well incorporate more velocity on the attack this time. This will be the slowest possible bloom of the tine. Also, just for funsies, can we do anything amusing with this stuff, the oversampling and such? That is going to change the sound of things, but I also tend to fault the normal resampler engine stuff because I prefer his original things like Lanxos and even simpler stuff. Trouble is that will cause aliasing or cause it to sound slightly different, but let's see what happens when we start trying different resamplers. I think linear probably sounds best of any of these because of the immediacy of it. we'll go with that. Also, we do have the ability to do, why are we doing 3 unison voices? That's an interesting question. What's going on with that? And this is meant to be a single-tined instrument. I get that the original one might have wanted things to be a little bit fatter, but maybe we've gone beyond that. Ah. Ah, interesting. We can make a ring modulator. This is not what I intended at all. So that lets me do hard left and hard right, and a pretty substantial detune. So the original one was set to be 3-voice unison. I'm not sure I agree with that call. This is a Rhodes. It's even in the Proteus version, it's not designed to be a chorus effect. And the kind of goal here is to make something that acts and feels and relates like a Rhodes. So I feel like many voices, sure, but this phasiness, not sure if I'm into it. And the stereo field stuff means nothing if we are not using unison voices. One downside of this is I've now just made it much quieter, and that's a shame. Don't know if I can do anything about that, other than boost the mixer level or the pan or something. You can turn the level all the way up. How do Rhodes work? I can tell you that Rhodes is not a synth. Although I think Rhodes actually ended up making a synth at some point. But a Fender Rhodes, that's not a synth. A Fender Rhodes is an instrument much like a guitar or a bass. It's like a metal string that vibrates with a magnetic pickup on it. But rather than being a metal string, it's a metal tine. I will demonstrate. This is a fingernail sander. That's a tine. It's held on one side and it vibrates back and forth. Forgive me. I'm just making a physical demonstration of how Rhodes works. I am the Rhodes in this instance. How you make the sound is a Rhodes has a whole series of piano hammers, like literal piano hammers like you'd have in a literal piano. And they strike the tine from underneath, and there's a pickup on the end of the tine where this brown-looking plastic stuff is. And that causes it to resonate. Maybe I can bite at this in a different place. So this is doing a number on my teeth, but this is for demonstration purposes. If you pluck the tine, it's like a kalimba. But a Rhodes strikes the tine from underneath with a hammer. Now you'll notice that it makes this overtone rather than just the fundamental tone. But it doesn't make as much of an overtone because the Rhodes hammer is softer than my fingernail. It's felt. like a piano would be. Oh, my teeth are sore now. And the end result, we're trying to imitate the sound of a tine being struck by something, and a real one sounds like this. Tines being struck from underneath by a hammer. And then there's a damper thing for, just like in a piano, that lowers up and suppresses the vibration of it. So you got the way to strike it and make it vibrate, and then you got a way to smush it and make it stop vibrating. It makes this sound. So again, it's like an electric guitar. You might think, well, an electric guitar has two pickups on it, so it's these things with the pull pieces underneath the strings. Well, a Rhodes has one coil with a little lump of metal in there to pick it up for every tine. It's got a separate little coil for each tine, so it's got a lot of those in there. And yeah, so where I left off, I was going to see whether I could make this be any louder within the system. Let's find out whether we can make it be any louder. Like main output. So decay is fully cranked. This is apparently where I do the release so it doesn't click or make funny noises. Because when I turn the release to 0, it clicks. Also, I could make it have a very slow attack if I wanted here. Ooh, interestingly, this is more sensitive than I thought. I need to use this to some extent just to stop a click on onset, so that's interesting. That suggests several things. One, we're going to get into the velocity again. I don't think my controller is giving me release velocity. But then release is going to be something that stops it. So velocity modulates attack. Not as much as this, though. Let's go right down to the bottom of the keyboard for a more obvious click. Again, I'm doing that thing with the envelope where I'm doing the opposite of an exponential envelope. I want it to burst into volume more quickly, but not instantaneously. So when I change the attack shade to +100, I'm stopping it from being a inverse exponential envelope that falls quickly down to 0. and I'm making it be a onset that starts, rapidly kicks in, and then swells up to full volume. That's what positive 100% attack shape does, is maximize that. And then here's the thing, I got full sustain and I've got some release, and the release is stopping it from clicking when I stop. Otherwise, interestingly, my envelopes on the overall are actually both going full on because I'm only controlling where it cuts off and turns on rather than any of the decay stuff. The decay stuff inside it might still be exponential decays, but these are anti-exponential decays because I'm only trying to suppress clicking, and I'm trying to make the clicking do certain things. And then I'm also going to try to make it much louder. So what can I do to do that? Modulation source. None of that stuff, I don't think. PE, macros. Well, I'm not doing anything with macros right now. Random, no. Gated, that could be a thing. And voice modulators. The envelope we in fact already have. So if I have that envelope and I apply it as the target of literally main amplitude, can we make it become twice as loud as it already was? Let's find out. Well, we're able to turn it down all the way. That's not what I wanted, though. Oh, I wanted more from this. Okay, so modulation target. So that's voice modulators. I guess that's not applying, is it? Voice gated, perhaps? Key track from 60 would in theory be a way of turning some of it up and other parts of it down, and that could have a place. Let's see about gated. What does gated do? Okay. Okay, so this is frustrating. I am not able to add a boost to this somehow. Unless I should be modulating op 6 level as well. Or I could just take one of these and force it to be that, like, here's macros. Here's macro 1. Amplitude. It's not letting me add more. That's frustrating. Also, look at what it's doing here. That's from OP1 ratio. And that is just being added as a brief decay, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken. I might have no idea what's happening with this. Oh no, here it is. There it is. See, I'm having a hell of a time turning this up. It simply does not want to turn up. So OP6 envelope mix, level add or scale. Level add might be what I'm looking for here. Ah. Okay. So multiplicative scale. Do I have env add or scale on main? Doesn't look like it. But that's fine because I do have it on the other thing. So let's see whether we can make that happen. Or indeed continue to mess with it. So never mind this macro one. Never mind the adjustment to amplitude that I wanted to do but couldn't. We don't get to do it here, but we might be able to get to do it in the mixer. Here we are. So when we make add level to be add rather than scale. So here's our decay, here's our release. That is probably going to stop this overall sustain release thing from working, but I don't think it's doing much anyway. And we're not doing anything with modulations, are we? So maybe we can do a key track from 60 into envelope overall level. See, envelope at 10. We could also go for just amplitude, but I don't know, maybe it won't let me do more. It might not be letting me do boosted amplitude, that's the concern. So instead, envelope at 10 should be this level control. Cool. So if we do this, we are suppressing op6 mix, but inversed so that at 0 we got this, but then we've just made it much louder. Thing is, from going to the actual Fender, that's loud enough. But then we go to the low notes and the low notes start dropping out. It doesn't have the volume level in those lowest notes as much. So what we need to do is the opposite of boosting the bass here. And we can do it in level add scale too. So rather than do this, we do the literal opposite. Can we double it up, I wonder? It would be fun to find out. I don't think it's letting me do it. No matter. I wonder if I can make LFO be stuck to a boost. Mixer LFO to level. One thing about it is I will get a thing happening. See what we get. Having removed this and that. Okay, that seems positive. So LFO deform, probably don't worry about that. Start phase, that matters a lot though. And what I'd be doing, presumably, I don't have a rectangle wave, nor would I want one, because by the time it gets to hitting the shut off of the rectangle wave, that'd be a weird result. So we are able to use LFO level to also boost things some. And that's going to come in useful. But what we're doing is mixer sample. No, we don't want that. Bipolar, probably don't need to worry about that, but it's fine. Enveloped mixer is enveloped. Well, that's fine. We've got that turned on, so that's cool too. So now we've got key track amplifying high notes. And then if we move the LFO, we can make it boost. What we're going to want to do we're learning that it is starting the LFO upon attack. Actually, pulse will give me... Oh, okay. Here's our pulse wave at a very high note. And you can set the pulse wave to be just a simple offset. If we do that, there's our offset. Neat. Okay, so this might not have been the most fascinating stream in the world, but by God, I've gotten to somewhere, and I will share this end result. First thing I should do is save it as it stands, because that's basically how I'm going to want it. And I'm also going to move this, which I'm going to be working on in a minute, and this, which is now empty, over so that I can jam on it a little bit. Maybe I want to tune some of these things a little bit more. Like, what's going on here? Where is that note coming from, I ask ya? Not there. Not this, because that is slower. So what's going on here? Maybe we can adjust it. Oh, I bet it's because sustain is all the way up, right? We should be using decay. And here's where we want to do that voice key track from 60 again, because there's going to be a big difference between the sustain of a low note, that's fine, and that's not. So we assigned this to decay, envelope decay. And it doesn't take much, does it? Boy, it doesn't take hardly any. Probably we can dial back some of the boost I've added, because I've added a lot of boost because we have one unison voice. This will be a nice efficient one as well. Also, I haven't even done anything with the sustain pedal. I have a sustain pedal here. And we can make it quiet down so we're not boosting it as hard. Now, what can we do there? Well, all of our extra overboosting is here. So if we don't use the envelope boost, sustain makes a thump when we switch it off, but that's probably fine. So the degree to which I can cause it to go into distortion suggests that I need to dial back on my eagerness to make it do this. Well, hang on though. No, envelope was fine, but LFO add is what I don't need anymore. See, I can make it distort real hard when I push. So maybe we got to continue to dial everything back until we're no longer clipping. So this is distorting. Don't have an immediate way of fixing that, but key track from 60 is probably still what I'm going to want. The sustain's working okay. So what's the sustain on a railroad sound like anyway? Okay, it's all a little bit too slow still. So I do have everything quite a bit brighter than it really should be, though. I've got a little too much of all the chimey going on. See, there's mid-range there, but I'm not getting it out of the patch, at least not yet. And again, this is real. So we're not very close to it, but I'm closer than I was. A little too much of this, I think. Oop, didn't like that much. We are able to push this into some pretty heavy distortion. Ooh, look, we have an overall velocity sensitivity, which I presume applies to literally everything. Yeah, let's have that be higher. But that is not any of the tonal things. That's overall volume. That's what that is. So around, no, I guess that's what it wants to be. Its default is 20%. That's odd. Ah. That made a big change. Okay, let's find where that lives. Here's the real thing. here's the fake. Where we're at, what was this? It was a chime of some kind. I'd better just crank it way the heck up. little bit too sensitive on the highs now. Over to here, key track. Let's have the overall level not be, well, no, that's the decay though. Here we go. Attenuation. So that is my extreme boostiness. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Weird. Why is that? All right, that's even more interesting. We have now completely shut off the low notes. What happened? Yikes. Ah, key track from 60. So we've just exaggerated it so much that it's uncontrollable now. Full to the point where it's next to nothing, then it's silence. So add, we're fine. Scale, we can make it go silent. So let's go to a really low note. Those are low notes. Let's go to an even lower note that's not even on the keyboard, and then let's make that go to silence. This is me wondering whether I can pull this somewhere where you can't hear it on the microphone as easily. Considering that this so here's our reality. going up to that high note. A lot of it's okay, but I'm still a little too hot on the high notes there. So where are we applying key track? We're applying it here. Also, maybe this thump is too loud. But the thump is coming from level. Or up 6th level. Nope, that has no speed attack at all. Also, while we're bouncing around, let's see what happens with our interpolation. Because the thing is, a tine is a rigid object, not a hypothetical string, so having some funny overtones is not necessarily going to be wrong here. It's kind of better. If we didn't have it doing this. So that's consistent, but I don't like it. High cluster chord, there we go. This is what's going to be useful for this. I think Bacon Paul's original sound is going to be better than the crunchier, low-resier ones. So this is going to be weird. That's mostly for interfering with lower notes. Yeah, the different resampling options are really good for getting into detail work. Some of the guys in that community just only like the cheapest high-resolution SRC ones, but I find them kind of plasticky and I don't like them. So this feels weird. I don't know why it does what it does. With this we can make that go away. I wonder whether even having it come in as a raw sound is that useful. Could it perhaps be better used elsewhere? So if the mixer's off, we've still got it, it's still doing its thing, but then we can use it as not its mix, but putting it in somewhere else. For instance, so if that's the thing we want to disrupt the low frequencies, well, phase modulation does a good job of disrupting the low frequencies with it. But not in a nice way. Ring modulation? With ring modulation, you basically hear it as a note. So it's not as disruptive, but it's also not very useful. Although, again, we are adding it far too much. To add a little bit of that rumble without just adding it in the mixer. And again, the deal with this is it was relative to velocity, wasn't it? And it had a pretty quick decay, if I remember correctly. So we find the right kind of disruption for it to produce. That might be about right. do that, and then we make it only out of decay. Because this is the thing that causes our funky kind of skronk on the attack. And that ends up being a much quicker attack. But we're running it really slow for the moment to hear it happen. Like, there we go. So hitting that real hard would cause a brief disruption at the beginning. And that's the kind of thing we get out of it. In fact, we maybe want the fully exponential. On the grounds of this is like overdriving the time. Making it do a weird thing. And then our envelope scale here being added. Clearly velocity. And modulation target level, perhaps? Let's see what we get. No, that doesn't apply to the envelope. That just applies it. The velocity level sets the amount that it is, and then that just stays. So no good. Not that. But envelope, on the other hand, might be a thing. Or envelope at 10, that might work too. We're assuming maybe, I'm wondering whether maybe attack is going to matter here. So set up this way, it's going to try to provide that disruption if you really lay into it. And then that needs to fall back quickly, but it also needs to not be applied quite as intensely as that. So here's even more. Maybe I can adjust the decay too. Velocity, envelope decay. So yeah, I don't need to add that much, but I think we're in the right direction. highlight in this where it's not going to get in the microphone quite as much. I'm definitely hitting some velocity 127s there, which maybe I don't want to do quite as hardcore as all that. But part of it is going to be making it be able to react to gentle playing and really be velocity sensitive. And this is what I'm trying to accomplish here. It turns out to be I'm basically making a 6 signs Rhodes all day, and there were plenty of other things I meant to do as well. But this seems like a good direction to go in, and I'll make this available to people. Let's maybe even out the levels of the key track again. Lows can be a little deeper than that. Or sustain maybe can go a little. I can increase the sustain of these notes in 2 ways, and one of them is increased decay, but the other one is to make this envelope section, main decay shape, not be as exponential as it is. Do I have sustain on this? I think I probably do. Is it going to work? Yep. So basically having this at like 25, maybe I don't want that. some of those notes rasp a little bit harder, which we will do with this. Do these voices take to actually stop? Possibly forever. Yeah, they're still going. So I don't know if there's a way that I can make the voices actually stop while holding down the sustain pedal. However, it feels and acts kind of like it's not going to let the voices stop ever. And that seems unfortunate. But if it's not, then there's nothing I can do about it. I think Grenz is from Holland. I'm not sure, but I feel like I've heard that at some point before. Yeah, you can't use the sustain pedal on this or it just keeps things going indefinitely. Let's see whether we can have it record something for me, because I'd like that. So play through, output device ran, and then if I tell this to be SWB audio capture, actually maybe I need to do that within this, but firstly let's quickly save the patch. Yeah, that was hours ago. That's all fine and good, but where do I set the interface elements? Oh, I know, maybe it's the file menu. Oh, audio MIDI settings up here. Let's see whether we can make this work. Now I can't hear it, but if I turn this on, maybe I can. Oops. Neat. kind of a normal volume setting. And let's do a little quick recording. Oh, hi, I need to fix this, clearly. We got a fix to do. Hang on, we're not done. The patch is not ready because it blows up and does terrifying things. So where is it getting that? Where is it getting that? Is it a, let's try again. That's doing something weird. I'm glad I didn't put this out in this condition. So I have to find out where it's adding something because I told it to, but I told it wrongly. Where are we getting this offset? We're getting an offset that is clearly 100% just like modulation, velocity envelope of 10. That stuff should be fine. I know, let's start turning stuff off. We now do not have that on. Does it still do the thing? Yep. So it ain't this one. Well, we could turn this op off completely. Now it doesn't make any noise, so that's not helpful. Let's turn off these modulators. And the feedback modulator. Now what do we got? Didn't change anything. Let's well, that was what we had previously. Let's see if it's doing it with all of my stuff. Whether it's a factor of SWB audio capture misbehaving. Because it could be just the recording chain doing this. Nope, that's fine. Weird, but fine. So here's an interesting thing. Is Vospi's doing that? Or is it only mine doing that? I will fix this before we actually go to, hang on. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Ah, interesting. Vospi's does the same thing. Interesting. So what have we here? I didn't expect that. I thought it was going to be mine at fault, but no. So yeah. That came out of the original one. So what can we look at that might teach us something about what's happening? Key track from 60, interesting. There's not that much going on here. This doesn't have anything being done to it. But remember I have key track from 60? So let's see. With the VOSB, if I shut off this, what happens? Nope. Still doing it. We might be finding interesting bugs here. If I shut this off but have that on, it's making a sound, kind of. But is it a sound? It is. Aha! See? See, that's bipolar. So it's not the 5. But if we turn on this, that's doing something interesting. So that's not the one. 3 and 4 are also being added. So all of these are also bipolar. Hang on. Boop. They're all driving this and this, even though it's not using any of my modulations, which it's not. My stuff is modulated to heck, but this not so much. So what's going on? We turn off the feedback. Nope. Turn off this. Nope. Wild. What's happening here? Up 6. So if we go to here, oh, interesting. I see something that might be giving me a concern. See this stuff? This is not a sine wave. This is hen. This might not be doing what I think it is. Oh, L44, not concern of mine. Yeah, it's see, I wonder whether this is even supposed to be doing this, or whether it's just a matter of choosing this rather than, oh, check this out. I bet I know what's happening. These are never meant to be used as oscillators. This is not meant to be an oscillator. This is meant to be a window for processing other things with. You don't get to just use it just because it's a funny shape. And if we switch to, sounds very similar, but it's not. It's unipolar, this. Then we can do funny things with it if we want, but it's probably worth warning that Han here is not a oscillator wave, it's a wave shaper wave. Cool. And that means I can fix it. So let's undo that. Soon as any, no wonder I was having a problem getting amplitude out of there. All of my waveforms are like offset. I know it didn't carry through the speakers or anything, but that was an interesting discovery. Let's go right over to Airwindows VOSP Roads. And we do not want Han. We want Sine. This should behave much more nicely. And I probably don't need to change a damn thing other than that. Let's find out. Okay, maybe I still do need to tune it up a little bit, but the point stands. So let's just switch our 6 signs audio MIDI settings. And go back to our output. And some of this other stuff no longer needs to be as fussy. And key track was fine. Ooh, here's a thought. Adding this to make it rougher probably shouldn't apply as much to the high notes because they get much nastier. So we're a lot grindier and brighter, but where's that coming from, by the way? Coming from 4. So maybe rather than So yeah, envelope a 10. So maybe the modulating the attack is something I don't need to do with this, because I want to apply the key track from 60. I want key track from 60 to have this kick in more on low frequencies and not so much interfere with the high notes. Cool. But which would mean not amazing, but I can do something with it. Parameters. Voice, key track from 60. And probably level again. Envelope a 10 maybe. Jess, I can't test anything right now. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever tested things for people. We don't want this as level. That's overriding things. That's op 1. And I still have key track from 60 handy. Maybe not that. How about This is all tricky because it's all like I'm bouncing around with unpleasant sounds that I had 2 hours ago because I got derailed fixing the offset, which was made by not using a sine, but instead using the ham wave shape, which is not bipolar. And then I heard an unpleasant thing with the sound of the plugin, or the sound of the patch, and so I started trying to fix it, and we're just kind of in a world of weird now, trying to get all of these weird changes to rein themselves in once more. I think it's probably possible, though. Let's jump back in. So here's the thing. This was using a feedback on the top oscillator, which is indeed a sine. Now it is. And it's offset, and then it's using velocity to moderate the feedback level and sweep it through 0, which would be a sine. So I more or less have to, and then key track is also moderating that. So all of these three things, the offset, the key track from 60, and velocity, are all playing a role in this. See, if I hit it hard, there's an overtone. This is sort of the guts of the sound beyond the things that are being done with all those overtones. And here's the guts of this tone in bass. And it's a fixed sound each time, which might not be desirable. I do have an envelope on here, but I don't think I'm using it for anything. Well, let's find out. So the stuff that we're doing with velocity is affecting this control directly. Envelope is not doing anything to it. And it was meant to. So let's see what we can do. That's not doing anything, but that's because envelope level is a separate control. So env10, rather than directly feedback level, crank decay up all the way. This should help. And remembering that I guess we were doing pretty strong modifications with things here. So that's fairly bright. So this is modulating in a 10 as well. To what extent is that affecting matters? Velocity is being modulated in two directions at once when I turn it up. When I turn up N to 10, it is both making the high frequencies brighter, but it's also giving me access to lower settings when it goes lower. And that's weird, but as long as I can make it work. Then decay is going to become important too. But I could use key track not on a 10, but on the raw sound. So we'll leave a velocity in a 10. This is 100% just 6 signs stay. It's let's make a Fender Rhodes in 6 signs because we can. That's all this is about now. So now we're modifying feedback level directly with key track from 60. So if we pick a really high pitch, I can make that go increasingly to okay, that's weird. What happened? I can kind of hear what it's doing. It's just not really doing what I'm expecting. I thought I could take the feedback, offset it using that, and then have modulation. Maybe I'm replacing the feedback level setting? That's weird if true. See, what I'm thinking is if I set this in this way, I should be able to have it revert to like that should be offsetting what feedback level was originally doing, but it's not, is it? Anytime I directly apply feedback level, it's like it's replacing that. That's weird. And yet, we can but try. I'm going to continue to try to make it work. I do have positive and negative settings available. Okay, so if I do that, it's the same, but then that, not so much. Interesting. So what if we have it all set to this, negative 100. So what points do those cancel out? They're supposed to cancel out. Maybe my also manipulating it with velocity is causing a problem. Also, we are doing envelope level add. Oh, now we're manipulating the pitch. What's going on? Twee. So if we're not modulating from 60 with this at all, that's going to be a problem. I was hoping to use that to soften the amount of harmonics being added by this thing, when we can be very simple and see, now we have nothing but sines. But this is our root sound. We can't have it just only be sines. How about if we apply both of those to envelope of 10? That's still 0. Weird. We're still all sines. But no. So that was an unexpected mistake. Maybe we can make it behave in some kind of way by figuring out how to do this. Or maybe just key track should be modulating the decay time. That could be done. See what happens when we do that. Okay, we've made the high-pitched decays way longer. Or not at all. Key track has a huge, profound effect, doesn't it? It really does. Good luck looking for food. I'm going to be having tacos when I'm done with all this. It blows my mind that the entire day has been nothing but free for download for a free synthesizer Fender Rhodes. But I guess this is just what I engaged with today. Who can say? Okay, this is frustrating. Back to the real thing, which I now can't hear because it's not set up for me to hear. So let's fix that. Now I'll be able to hear it. All-Star, I don't know what you mean by the plugins for the S2400. Oh, okay, so did the original plugins, fair. So now what's going on with this? What's causing that noise? It's not that. It's not that. Not that. But it's probably the feedback setting on this. Okay, that doesn't help. Let's have the real thing back again. So level of this is going to pull back that slight clankiness that I'm getting. But not too much. Now it's sounding a little grumpy, but it's not coming from there. Where is it coming from? Some of it's coming from here. Envelope of 10. Again, as I crank up velocity envelope at 10, it is pushing the extremes in both directions rather than just one. So it looks like I need to dial this back rather than just pulling back what I think is a volume control here. A little bit less of that. back to the real thing. We're a little bit too punchy. Getting closer, getting closer. Since this day has become entirely free Fender Rhodes by Airwindows, I intend to make a demo clip and give it to Bacon Paul to play with. Also, bear in mind that we started with a thing like this. So we're already better than the Proteus. I would like it to be a little more responsive to dynamics, though. Because again, I have this to play with. Real thing. So what's making that happen? Our volume levels are about right. Not quite sure what this is doing, considering that envelope at 10 is pretty full crank here. Pretty sure this is just doing the broadest strokes. Ah, not doing what I thought at all. In fact, I know what this is doing now. This is applying the volume level changes between low and high. The envelope itself gets to still be what it was. Well, if this is our main sustain, let's deal key track again. And full width decay. Make it be lower for deep noises. But not that short for high noises. Wow. Okay, so how short are the high notes? Okay, so my low notes on the Mega virtual roads are deeper than they probably should be now. Interesting. Oh, wait. Adjusting it without turning it on. There we go. That wanted to be a shorter decay. I'm having some trouble making it do that bark. And I'd like to be able to. Starting to get where it sits with the real live roads without sounding wildly different. I'm just trying to figure out now where I can take it from here before calling it a day, posting this somewhere, and giving it to Bacon Paul along with an audio clip, because this whole final passage ended up becoming me polishing it up after having fixed the bug in the original VOSB. So chiminess. Not exactly. What about this? So that was on, but I don't know if it's doing any. No, it's doing something. That is changing nothing. We're only changing the feedback operator on it by that much. But then we're feeding it to 5 here. 5 does not have a feedback operator. Grenzai did in fact change the ratios. The original ratio for VOSB was 6, and I've gone to 6, exactly 6.6667. 6 ad infinitum, because that is closer to what the real Fender Rhodes. Other ones, like this ratio, is close but not dead on. I've got it in there doing something, but if this was on, what would it do? Ooh, maybe that'll help. That might just help. We're adding level, to be sure. what are we working with here? Operator 5. So this is what we're adding. Oh no, we're adding what's in operator 4. That's what we're doing. So we're listening to 5, but we're adding what was in 4, which was this. Yeah, it's not a million miles away. And given that some of the things I'm trying to refer to, like the Proteus, for instance, are wildly farther away, this is actually not so bad. What's this doing up here? Let's make that be related to key track, much like these other things. So level, add, or scale. Envelope at 10, which we're adding lots. Now hang on, if I was actually just doing level, does it just override it? If I remember correctly, if I do this, it has a profoundly large effect on everything. K-track should affect decay. That can make it. Interesting. Starting to feel rosy. Starting to feel a little rosy. I have a funny feeling that my keyboard thingy is off the screen, which is not. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just cropping. Back to normal volume. Sounds like we're getting closer to being able to do the thing. Namely, I don't know if I need to do that, but I will anyway, because why not? I'm thinking I don't, but I do need to do this. SWB. Now, if we set this to check input levels, let's firstly save this. Let's be sure to save it now that we've got it sorted out. Then yeah, try again. Alrighty. We'll call that our little demo of the roads for today. I'm like putting things aside and all manner of stuff. And I wonder whether it will be worth it to also load up the rail one, do maybe a little back and forth and in and out here. Very good. We're going to quit out of 6 signs. I'm done with 6 signs for today. Spent all day on it. Sound Terrain. Twisted Wave. It has its own sound settings, but we're going to tell it output is Rayan. Put this back to aggregate device. I use it for other things. And make this contemplating the idea of sticking some real notes in. that in the original. I better change it all to stereo or I won't be able to copy and paste. Let's see whether we can do that and not lose the sample. Oh, I lost the sample. No matter, we'll select again. So this will be an interesting, I'm not going to call this a prank because I'm not actually going to try to pull the wool over anybody's eyes, but this should be amusing. Copy. Here's my reference file. Let's not bother saving it. There's a little bit of silence into which we sneak real roads. Maybe lose this one, go directly to that one. Not so bad. Yep, sure did. Sure did. This is the combination of the two, and that's me playing it. can't tell it's real. And it's based on the Vorsi, which started it out. Maybe I'll cut that off too. Right there. And right where the noise starts. What do we got? That is, in fact, a railroads and 6 signs. So I'm going to say this has been a pretty good day for hacking away on stuff. I'll tell you what. Let's save this as, well, I have to make it an MP3 so that I can post it to the Discord, which I'm going to do momentarily. I do indeed. Here, this is what it sounds like. That's real roads. I don't play it as often as I should. No, I'm going to go to the Surge Discord. But yeah, this is the real thing. Whereas by contrast, if you use another synthesizer to do that, you get something different. This is a Proteus one, doing what is pretty much DX7 Rhodes. I think the real one is better, and I have managed to get weirdly close. So, documents, 6 signs, patches. Today at 3:15, I have only just finished doing this, so I'll copy that to the desktop as well. And now I've got these 2 things, and we're going to get into what this 3 metric stuff is. I'm not currently using any Airwindows Discord. Technically, I could make one. I had one back in the day and abandoned all of my social media stuff around, I don't know, what is it, 2018 or something? And I ditched all of that stuff and turned over the original Airwindows Discord to one of the people on it and deleted myself from the Discord. So even I don't have access to that anymore. I have no idea whether it is still a thing or not. No, what I'm talking about is another Discord, namely Oh, come on, you can load. Discord is very tiresome about bugging me for updates and things. It is a exasperating thing. So I'm going to take a moment and see some of what might be going on here. Oh, it's somebody who is conversing with me by saying, oh, please this, and I'm trying to do this thing, and I'm going to do that thing, and it's not working, and so I'd like to do this. Oh, never mind. Don't lose your time. I found the answer. Cool. Not a problem. Meanwhile, Ben Jordan has got another live stream going on. It is apparently Arturia V Collection, which presumably is Surge XT again. I'm just kidding. I don't mean to be too mean. But what I was going to do was jump over to Bacon Paul side quests and drag in some of these things. So that's currently what's going on there. Have to change the window so that you can't see what I'm even saying. Drag in the MP3. Posting that. There it is. And now those people can download it. So if you're on the Surge XT Discord, go to Bacon Paul Side Quests and the patch is right there. And I'm going to tell people, by the way, I'm cheating. So at, what time is it? Yeah. At 22. So I'm telling on myself that in fact I did patch in there's the real one. And then back to the fake one. So yeah, so that's fun. And having done that, I think I'm good with Discord for the moment. I got about an hour and a half for streaming. Let's figure out what else we can do. Yeah, I have told them about the hen. The dangerous hen attacks everyone. For that matter, might be fun to... Yeah. Let's see whether I can do a thing. So in my Discord. Oh, it has resized itself. Let's see whether I can drag in an MP3. Nope, doesn't look like it. Oh, but. If I tell it I'm looking for a video, no, signs point to no. It's not doing the thing. Or maybe I can only... No, it's not letting me. Okay, well, never mind then. You would think they would let you post audio, but no, guess not. It's not that hard to do. Whatever. Whatever. Bacon Paul's server has it. So, I did not mean to do that. I did not mean for the entire string to be taken over by doing a really awesome row. Oh no, Sunday's a plugin. I don't really drop things that aren't plugins like that, so I'm going to have to figure out something about it. Again, if you're on the SurgeXT Discord, then you can get it. But I'm running into some problems socially sharing those things. Yep, I've been asked for that one. I think Jonathan Bellot. So now let's get into... Oh, first, one final peek at what happened today. Namely, we went from the VOSPI to the Airwindows. Which is all very well and good and cool. Oh, by the way, there was also a marimba. Check this out. I think that's actually better than the one that I have in the Proteus. It's a damn good marimba. This is not mine. This is somebody else's. What I'd probably be wanting to do is reference like Frank Zappa's Apostrophe and Ruth Underwood marimba playing. But man, Six Signs is awesome, and that's a hell of a good marimba. Here's one of the things I was thinking of doing today. And I'm quite interested to see whether this gets anywhere. I have, for instance, this, which is my Minecraft-y stuff. I've got some notes for myself for various things. Like, here's a concept of doing an FIR filter to try to somehow project the correct output or generalize how I can make it be a correct output. I've got an undersampling thing where this was me trying to figure something out. I've got a note to myself about making multi-channel versions of 2Tape 8 and perhaps 7 as well in Console 9. That's not going to be this weekend, clearly. I've got a note for some of the circuit bend ideas and an undersampled delay which could turn into a looper style plugin. I still have to do my work on updating the looper style plugin. Everything is kind of all patched up and ready to go, and I did none of it because it was all about the roads today. But I've also got this. And this is a little note on what I was trying to do optimizing these things here. Because I'm still working on my reverbs, you see. So this is the new batch of reverb returns from tiny to huge with all of their parameters and settings. But the thing is, I'm doing it using this. This is the software with which I use. And what it's doing is it is letting me specify like how many seats are in there. And these controls, hang time, naturalness, and holographic. I'm wondering if I can find a curve that these go on that delivers the best possible results. Because everything up to this point has been using just hang time, only that, the amount of sustain everything can have. But in cranking up these other ones, I get to a different space where like I can make more spaciousness or more of a sense of what the audio is like. And I've been experimenting with these, just trying different stuff and evaluating the results based on how successful they've been. And we can turn this off and tell it to stop and close it. And here's what I'm talking about. Well, firstly, I have a batch of these things, all of which came out pretty good, which are tiny 4x4 householders. These are not very good, but they're very small. I don't like these as well as I like the 5x5s. But I made a version of this that just accentuates as much nastiness as possible in the hopes of being able to evaluate it. What I have here is examples of those different measurements. Like, see, here we've got I think that's the dimensionality one. That's more the spaciousness. So maximizing spaciousness gets you that. Then the one with dimensionality, I feel there's more of a sense of the shape of the room. And then the red one, just substantially more depth and the feeling of it being an acoustic space rather than being a reverb effect. But this cuts back on the bloom and the dimensionality and the sense of a real space. Like at roughly this size, this is the real sounding space. This is the bloom. Echoiness around it, and then this is the shape of the room, and you get more of a sense of the walls there. But that's much more convincing as far as feeling the correct acousticness of being in an actual room. and they tended to be on the smaller side. I think that's about as big as I was able to get. Those are the test examples for that. This is what I got when I tried to balance all of those things by having the first letter be the bloom and dimensionality, second letter be the realism, third letter being the shape of the room stuff. And compared to those little tiny RGB ones, tiniest room, and I evaluate these all and then assign these colored dots for which ones are good and which ones are not. So for instance, one that's less bright, this is a bright one. This one's about the same size, but there's going to be less hi-hats. You can still hear the hi-hats, but they're not splashing all over the place. This one's mostly just kind of loud sounding. And as I get larger and larger in size, the room size starts to become larger. But some of these need to be a small space, because if I do like a really convincing chamber echo, I might use one that's really quite small. No, that's a closet. That's too small. Like, see, that's 145ZZZ. That's one where I maxed out the other two controls. And it manages to have as much space in it as it can. But then we go all the way down to the bottom here, and we wind up seeing other balances. Like, here's some Titanic reverbs. This is the largest Titanic reverb that had 3 different parameters: purple, blue, and green. Blue is more or less fullness. This is a different kind of blue than the other one. This is the evaluation section. So that is a pretty successful reverb, but that was done through ZSP. ZSP means the room size and the room realism and the room dimensionality, shape of the room, are way smaller. And that I ran all of these over and over again, throwing away the ones that didn't work, keeping only the ones that were awesome. And this is what I came out with. This giant stack of things where I want to continue doing it, but I'd also like to dial in how the sizes relate to the letterings. So I thought maybe I'd spend some time doing that. See, I have a big piece of graph paper here. And my hope was that I could, of course that's not the only thing that I can do. That might be better saved for like a non-stream day. But the idea here is to be able to write down these room sizes. For instance, we're starting with 87. I could call that as near as damn it 100. And I could mark on the graph paper across by room size, or requested room size is what it does. And then see whether it evolves based on what the other settings were. Because here's the thing, is I can work out what the settings of these all are by taking the first letter, which is sometimes Z, but sometimes it's like X or Y, because I was trying all different kinds of things here. And if I have like ZRR, and then I choose for it to be XRR instead, all that's happened is I have made the RR be slightly larger. They're all converted into a number. And it's doing a fitness function based on whether, how low of a setting it can get with these things balanced against each other. So if I've got like ZZZ, everything is at 1. If I have like ZAA, the spaciousness one is still at full crank, but the other two are turned way down, so they won't actually have an effect on the calculation at all. And having done this for 114 results that I have here, 113, because this is a text file, I can run the numbers on these and work out, do I have curves based on this? Like, does this central setting, which is showing up it's like ZSQ here. Well, if ZSQ and ZFSP always wind up being about the same, then that's a fixed setting for them to come up with a good result. But I have good results all through here. And some of them are like, ZT, ZU. They're all alphabetical, but they're being turned into numbers. And like ZT and YS might wind up coming about the same thing. But do some of these scale according to the room size or not is the question. And that's one of the things that I'd like to answer for myself. Because I've got all of these results. Let me put this aside. I'm beginning to second guess doing this on stream because I've only got an hour and 10 minutes left, and this is going to be a grind. So maybe I had better just do it on my own time. But we've got all this stuff going on where many of these are high performers. Some of these are all the same. They'll have different results. The color coding will give me consistent sounds based on these. Like, these are all going to be purple, blue, green. That means it's going to be on the darker side, it's going to have clarity, and it's going to have fullness, measured according to selecting different parts of the sound and measuring them in a wave editor, according to like RMS volumes, LUFS, and so on, peak energy for the brightness. So you can do this, or this, or this, or this, and they're all the same basic genre of sound. They're all a little darker, they all have some fullness going on. Up to fairly large sizes, they'll have that sort of consistency to them. On the other hand, we've got things like, here is a purple red. Red means it's got a lot of sound density in the reverb. So it doesn't have all the same stuff going on. Here's another one, also purple red. And then here are some really large ones, also purple red. Past a certain point, you don't get those anymore. And the way those are measured is by producing all of the audio clips out of the reverbs and then going in and measuring them all like this. This is a guitar section. How loud does that get? And I'll measure it like this. And it'll say this one got to a maximum RMS power of minus 9.42. That qualifies as extremely loud. That qualifies as some of the loud bits really penetrate. Like, that's a very loud noise compared to some of the other ones that are very quiet by contrast. And then I also do the Alien Kitten section to see how loud the LUFS is. If they rate very high for LUFS, that means it's going to have fullness to it over a broad range sound. And one of the things I do also is do slew only on it. And this is how I tell whether the high frequencies are more high and bright or quieter and mellower. This one was pretty much neither, really. And then lastly, I take this section and I measure this, and if anything comes out too loud, it is not clear enough, because this is a tone sweep. So if it has anything sticking out and being overly resonant, that's probably not good. And that's how I do all of this stuff. And yeah, from just eyeballing it, the color coding seems cool and all. I'm not sure if I'm going to get enough distinction in here. Basically, I need to write myself another little program that will take these letter grades that it has and convert them back into numbers again. You know, like this number divided by 26 multiplied by whatever this number was, or something to that effect. There's going to be ways of coming up with consistent numbers for all of these things and figuring out whether I have a gradual curve going on or whether I'm really just zeroing in on a magic setting that I can just set these things to and leave it, like refine the optimum setting and just go with that. I keep feeling like my inability to get like these giant waves, these giant ones, I don't tend to come up with sonority and loudness because there's just too much delay. Like the loudness is measured off of the guitar section. And when it gets too large, we can't make that be loud anymore. I mean, it still sounds loud, but you see how the peaks don't go up as high? And the fullness doesn't really come through either. So the closest one that I have, which is purple, green, red, this is when where the loudness maxed out. So with that, the loudness peaks maxed out. And this is the largest one I have where the Alien Kitten section produced a high LUFS. So you can kind of hear the thunder of it. But you contrast that with the one right next to it. The rolling of the thundery is kind of lacking. It's still a reverb, but it's sustaining in the mid-range more. So these are the things that I try to work out. Here's an interesting one. Here's one that is not clear, but is both orange in this section, meaning it's loud. It's also bright. It's marked as yellow, meaning that it's bright when you put slew only on it. And then this section is loud. So if you were doing like an orchestral sound and wanting like kettle drums to resonate or whatever, you'd use one like this because the lows are thundering a little bit. You kind of feel the density of the lows going on, which is not always the case with some of these. Like here, that's 563. And I got 585 and 540 right next to it, which do not do that. See, you hear the snare, but you barely even hear the kicks anymore. It's all voiced way higher up. It doesn't have that rumble to it. So these are the challenges. These are the things I got to figure out. Meanwhile, it's 4:02. I need to get my what are we doing? That's not what I meant. Let's open that with Twisted Wave. So I need to go and thaw out my food. So I'll put my day's work on, and then when I come back, having turned on my stove and thawed out my cheese, we will fire up the looping system just to make some little adjustments. And that's probably all I can do for today. But we did do this. You'll note that a Fender Rhodes is not a bright sound. So in meter, we just have green everywhere. But the highs got a little sparky there for a moment. And then here's the real one. Honestly, it's a little bit brighter, but you could do that with EQ. Anyways, be right back. back, you can stop. I took a little bit extra because I had to run and use the facilities, as one does when one does 6-hour live streams. You don't necessarily get to keep talking and making a live stream for literally 6 hours straight, unless like somebody's paying you a lot of money to not leave your seat or something, which is not happening. So one of the things I'm going to be trying to set up is the ability to patch sounds like this into my looping setup. Because you might notice that has about the amount of sonority as the real live Fender Rhodes. It does a really good job. So I bought this thing. See, this thing. Let's move this. This thing. I bought that so that I could do synthesizer patches that had serious sonority going on. And that's more or less what I'm talking about with that. So put that aside, and it's time to fire up this project template. Here, and get ready to, well, firstly I have to make it so I can hear what it's doing. Why am I not? Let's have a look at the outputs for master track. Yeah, that's not correct at all. We're just firing the analog outs on the Motu, which is useless because we're not listening to those. So how about we delete those and start over? So there's one SWB audio capture, but also 1718 should be the Rayin. It apparently is not. Let's keep working on it. So it didn't like that. Am I set to aggregate device? Have I done something wrong? We'll figure this out before we're done. So audio device. Yep. We're on aggregate device. In theory, that should work. I'm having a output. You can see that something's going through there. We have Circa. Circa is, let's see. Are we set to work or not? Where's Surge XT? It is jumping to a ginormous size, which I'd rather it not, so let's not have that. Let's set it to something like Modern Tron, which is going to make a sustained noise. And it is doing. And I see it on the inputs, and it should be feeding through, and let's see, monitor main. And I should be, see it's coming out the first output. So I should be able to hear what we are doing if I know how to do this. But then that's always the question, isn't it? So add new audio hardware output. Those outputs should be well, now hang on a second. No, it shouldn't. Hang on. This ought to do it. Got there. I thought I needed to go to the optical output on the 16A. That's not true. I wanted to go to the RAIN. I can also go to SWB audio capture. I wasn't happy with how that sounded on the stream the last time I did it. So here's the next thing. We will show action list. And I can run air minimization, at which point these things will all be subject to my faders here. There. At that point, that'll be all subject to my faders here. But I don't have my AUXes set correctly yet. And I'll tell you why. Because they were set to be like this. And watch what happens when I push the modulation wheel. See track 12 there? Well, it's all very well to send stuff into the Super Reverb. For a space ambient jam, but not if it is pushing the modulation wheel that does it. So I have reassigned all of these AUXes on ConsoleX. And if we have track 1 selected, we can go and override these things. So first one is going to be the first control. And that is now 52. And the second one is going to be 53. See, I picked MIDI CCs I wasn't using. And then here's the one that wasn't cooperating. So we're going to delete that. And that is now 54, as it should be, rather than the modulation. Oh, I hit cancel by mistake. Let's try that again. I hit the wrong thing. And lastly, and this wasn't an overlap on anything, but I reassigned all of them. 55. So now my aux ends don't conflict with the modulation wheel. And that's what I was hoping to accomplish. So I'm pretty sure if I close this, it's just going to remember it, although I can test that. So firstly, modulation wheel, no longer doing that. On the other hand, bright reverb, a plate. I might want to replace that with K Guitar Hall. Then the really big one, Galactic, somewhat derezzed. And the final one is a little stereoness, which is actually double A in honor of Terry Manning, who passed away fairly recently. So let's see, why don't I do the thing I was talking about? I'm not that big of a fan of plates. So let's go and grab the K guitar in case I do things with guitars. KLMNOP, so I went too far. Until I do a better one, this is my best sonority verb. So now this is on track 2. Moving the delay does make it cough a little bit. And of course we can fool with settings if we want to, because ConsoleX channel lives on this. So everything is pretty much all centered, but and of course we might as well throw top dB in there. And I remember somebody mentioning, that I've got this done, we can turn on 6 signs just fine. Oh. All of a sudden we're still cranked, aren't we? Oh, I turned it down, but I didn't have the send selected, meaning that I couldn't take this back down. So that's all very well and good, and we can do the loud sonority there. But now we have our Rhodes, and somebody mentioned chorus. Oh, I know what was causing the interesting. I was griping like crazy about a particular effect that was going on in the mix that I did that was running into SWB audio capture. it was this. I had this on the kick drum. Well, if I don't like using that, maybe I'll just not. Why don't I take a moment and go back to what I originally intended with this, namely Flutter, but not just Flutter, Flutter 2. Yep. Have a nice sleep, Grant. There we go. This is more what I was thinking of for that. Good enough. We'll use that for that. And one more tweak, because you know you've always got to have one more tweak, right? I'm glad I got to like fully and properly design a sound. That's not always happening. So let's duplicate this and delete these, and it's being fed to Circa. But guess what? This is not going to be 6 signs. This is going to be there might be many things like this, but this one is going to be not that, but this. And haven't done that much. So check it out. I believe I can set this up so that you can see what I'm doing. If not, that just means I should try harder. Run this over this way. That is actually using the Summit reverb, but we don't have to do that, do we? What's this? And we can turn it down a hair. And then we can reach over here. And then this is the X key. And the X key is polyphonic aftertouch. That's what that does. But the modulation wheel, the modulation button on the X key does it too. And it's all feeding into the looper system. But I like using the X key for that because the X key lets me do more useful things. But wait, there's more. Let's hit this over here for the moment. If we shut this off and then duplicate it, we can make a whole pile of these guys here. And in fact, even color code them if I like. And this can now be set to toslink 1. Now you might think that seems about the same. But there's a key difference. Don't mind me fussing with the stuff. You probably don't need to see the screen for this. Oh. And I've been making summit patches as well. I do have to have this selected to dial that back. So we can do that. But what's this? Hello, did I pick right? Guess not. Hang on. Simple mistake. I want toslink 2. So at that point, I can unplug this and plug it into the Rhodes and then overdub a Rhodes. But not just that, because I can also that's going to be somewhere in recent, right? Right? No, maybe not. Let's go and try and find it. P, under P. Now the Rhodes goes into a distortion box. And then, of course, as long as we're getting up to that nonsense, we drag the cable over here. Gain levels, there we go. So yeah, well, yeah, I'm just vibing. I am just vibing because I have spent all of this time derping around making a reverb. I mean, making a Rhodes. It starts with R, but it's not a reverb. So, having not actually done the measuring of reverbs thing I was gonna do, I'm jumping in and doing some of these things I wanted to do. And I have a particular thing in mind next. And give me a moment, I bet I can actually do it too. I just have to find the right adapter in here. Maybe I'll find it in one of my toolboxes. See, I bet I have the adapter I need, but I think it might be hiding in one of my toolboxes. Aha. Yes. Okay, that was weird. Hi. Don't mind me. Still derping around with this stuff. I should put the camera back on properly. Because again, vibing and all, but some of this I have to show you what it is doing. So, over to this view. It's kind of quiet, but that's because I'm patching it into this system. Let's see what we get out of this. There's something. What does it do, you may wonder? I have these two things, so I should be able to patch this into this. It's the same one that I was plugging into before. And now let's see what we can hear out of a output. Might be wanting to back off the reverb a little bit. So what are you patched into? Oh, I bet you're a drone. How about you? Okay. So that one's not quite the same. And here's a kick drum. Aha. So firstly, this needs to not be patched into this. I'm also going to need to pad it. But yeah, not plug into U, instead plug into U. That is loud. That's distorting my input big time. So until I come up with the pad, we'll just engage. Actually, it's not as loud as I thought it was. I've just made it be that. So this is Portal Drum, set to very high pitched. Why did he do that? What do we need to do to not do that? Okay, all very well good for you, but so here's our new kick drum for more techno jams, except for it's being human played. And if I wear this thing on my lap, I can't make it so that it can be seeable. I can't see anything I'm doing. Help, help, help. I'm going to change it until I can. No, don't do that. Settle down. The last little bit of stream is always a little bit awkward. So listen to this sensory apparatus and how closely tied it is to the click of tapping on this tray with the piezo on it. That's really pretty close. Now what I can't do is make Portal Drum behave nicely because I don't have it set up and it's a really complicated thing. I don't think I'm going to succeed with that, but you know what? There's other things that maybe I could. So let's switch over. This is supposed to be the input to Portal Drum. Maybe take a minute, unplug this stuff. And let's see what happens when we do this. Plug not into that, but into this thing, which is blinking. I wonder whether maybe this has a distortion box in it or something. It's supposed to not be distorting as badly as it is, but it is. I don't think everything's supposed to be as distorty as that. Like that shouldn't have a distortion box in it. But it's acting like it is. I'm just going to have to make some pads for this. That's what I'm going to have to do, is make some pads. Oh yeah. Yeah, I need to pad this down. I've got it padded, but it's distorting the input of the op amp or something. No matter. Whatever. Figure it out later. This is not going to be as entrancing as I'd hoped, but however, it does occur to me that I could be using some of these here. Will not patch into that this time. I'm going to have to run off and get another cable, but that's fine. so that is not actually distorting as hard. It's still pretty crunchy, mind you. Another nice long cable, if I can do that without knocking everything over, which I'm trying to not knock everything over. And then this goes out of one of these here into this. But perhaps not that one. Okay, come on, honey. You can do it. Needs more gain. Oh, here's an output. So I'm patching into a thing called poke in this device, which is supposed to make it work like a trigger, but it's not. But that doesn't matter because I just do something else. Like hats. Okay, this should be producing a sample. This should be producing a trigger. Why are we not producing a trigger? I'll finish this up eventually. That says trigger. Ah, there we go. Okay, so maybe the other one's going to be fine. Let's go back over here. There we are. Random techno kick drum. And I can fade that too. We have a whole volume control here. So I can have this cable doing whatever I want and patch into the output of this, and I'll just pad it using its own volume control. So that's a weird synthetic kick from Neutral Labs Scrooge. And all that other stuff doesn't seem to be driving things properly, but I'll figure it out later. I am not going to make a Rhodes with this, no. I bet I can make a snare though. Here we are. And reverb. And the trick is, the way this works, I should be able to jam stuff into a looper situation with some effectiveness. But supposing I don't want to just make ugly noises. Of course, we always want to make ugly noises, but supposing I wanted to make a hi-hat noise. And what about these things? Do they work? Not a high enough level to work. But that's a velocity varying one. So trigger is gonna be fine. My thought is to come up with some kind of way to make this do something that's modulated. So tell you what, let's use the attenuator. Here's the output. That can go into the output of this. I'm gonna need more cables. You always need more cables, right? And we've got that, we've got this. CV goes to one of these things where it's presumably modulating. Raw output comes from closed head out. And then I need to go and get another cable, and not nearly enough. This one can be shorter, and this goes from trigger to the trigger. Filter is a low pass filter on the input of this to smooth out its stuff. So this doesn't do anything by itself, but this is going into the CV, and oh, the CV is turned all the way down. That would explain a lot. What I'm seeing here is CVA is changing. This is a sample and hold. One unfortunate thing about this, though, is, let's see, that's still a sample and hold, and I can't believe that's supposed to be. No bueno. What about this? So I'm having a lot of trouble making this do anything, so we'll keep trying. It didn't like that, so what if the trigger goes to, there's trigger. I want to see whether I can make a filter do something, or maybe let's just get real wacky here. That, never mind this, we don't care about that anymore. But we might be able to make something amusing happen if we really try. So here's the trigger input. This is coming from this filter, which has a gain control, so I can modulate that. That should be, oh, gotta see that output of that is going to there, input of that is coming from there. Output of this should be doing something, but it's interesting. So I should be triggering this somehow. Don't know if I am. Easier using the sequencers. I tell you, we're about out of time with me not succeeding in doing anything pretty much, but what the hey. It's a living. Let's see what we can do with this. Don't we have something that comes through here? Don't know if that's true. Might be. So this is off of this, so this is going to change if I do this, and that might be, see? And that's patched through to this, which is patched through to this. I swear to God, I have a distortion box in this somehow. But funnily enough, that wasn't what I wanted. So let's take these things and move them over to here. Okay, so that's cool. Set to. That's one of mine. Let's make it be something similar. Pretty crazy, huh? we'll finish it with a little bit of me. Okay, I'm not getting as much happening, so I'm going to put it back to record. Because, oh no, come on honey, you can do it. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's proving problematic, this. Look at that. Can't make it do anything. So if I wanted to overdub that onto something, well, watch this. This still doesn't want to work. Let's try this. Aha. it's taco time, but until then, I want to try one further thing. I want to try... Oh God, have I had all of the... I have, haven't I? There's a good reason this has been sounding so weird and not behaving, and it's not the fault of my synthesis. I've been running everything through a guitar amp. That's what I've been doing. No wonder it was gatey. I had a gate on it. Let's hear what these things are supposed to sound like. First thing I tried to do was run a kick drum and be completely unhappy with it. And that's because I was doing this. And literally everything that I was running for the last who knows how long has been through a guitar amplifier. So this is what sucker is supposed to do. Okay. So how about maybe that was... No wonder I wasn't getting anything out of that. That's because that is the pitch control. They're all tangled up. Such is the life of a Eurorack person. So oh, check it out. I'm David Bowie. Nah, it was better before. It's still Eurorack level. So this is the beginning to fashion for some reason. Something. Thundery. Let's do the hi-hat instead. It's going to take too long to get a sound out of that, I tell you. Here is closed head trigger. Here's where the output comes out. Here's where the hi-hat comes out. Now, let's take the velocity, this should work, and set it to the CV, the K. Or maybe we'll do the different hat, the open hat. Cool, okay. That gets normal to this one, unless it doesn't. I feel like it didn't, so and now we're a lot quieter, so we can shut off the pad. Closed. And the sound is reverb. And I'm tempted to get really funky with this, except for that's probably a waste of time because it's actually taco eating time and I shouldn't keep playing. One more trick though. Under 10A. But is it true? Aha. The numbers worked. So at that point, I can patch that into something entirely else if I wanted. Yeah, the really noisy chord stuff was being patched through pointy guitar by mistake. So that's why it was doing what it did. Come to think of it, I never got to play with this properly. And that seems wrong. So rather than So I'm thinking of patching that not into the looper, but just sitting it in the mix completely buried in reverb so that it does this. Oh, can't even see it, can you? This. something like that. Something wild and wacky like that. But before we go home, time to shut that stuff off. Dig this stuff up. Send this to this input so that we're migrating that again. The output is going to go to here. This is set to station. We got a remark on with my mic rather than animate with glance at the capacity my mic with my mic rather with my mic rather with my mic with my mic rather with my mic rather than animate with my mic just and combine with my mic rather with my mic rather than animate with my mic just and combine animate with glance my mic just rather than sign animate with glance my mic rather animate with glance my mic just animate with glance my mic just rather than animate with glance my mic just scientific sounds like capacitor for had been wanting years. It would have sounds like capacitor for had been wanting scientific sounds like for had been wanting to do a uncompressed scientist sounds like capacitor for had been wanting years. It would apply sounds that had been wanting to scientific sounds like capacitor for had been wanting science sounds that had been wanting to years. It was science sounds that had been science sounds that had been weird. It would sound that had been science sounds that had been science sounds that had been weird. It would sounds like capacitor for instance. They had been wanting to do a science sounds like that. So if you want capacitor for had been whopping about 7 had been wanting popping 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 about had been wanting popping about had been wanting popping about had been whopping about had been popping about had been popping about 7 feet. But I have to set start to the beginning for this. Wait, there's more. In theory, if I patch this to, this would have to be, you going all the way over here? I guess. This. Not. Let's find the output of this one. This is going to something, right? Oh, it's going right over here. What am I thinking? This one was right next to the other one. It's completely fine. And what I gotta do is unplug this and scooch this over to here. In theory, and then, let's see now. Okay, so this needs CV going into it in order to work at all. So there's that. But I do have a spare cable, just from here. So that can go into this.
Here we can see the Colgate cell. Here we can see the Colgate. Here we can see the here we can see the code. Oh, 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 here we can see the code.
So that might seem kind of strange, but if we go to this setting, and then FM could go to something related, like, do I have a cable that'll reach this far? Ah, but this cable will reach this far. So that can go to there. This is backing itself off, but we can make it turn on and off abruptly like this. That actually wasn't optimal, but I can plug it into this. Then plug this. How do we do this? Unplug that. Plug this into here. I needed to make it synchronous. Oh, I bet I haven't got it set up right. Hang on. Go to a little higher pitch one. So this has been weird, but it's a fun way to end the roads making stream. And now it's in the looper. Because all of this has been operating in a context where I could have been doing it in the looper. See, we could have been doing this all day. Talk to you later.